G'day everybody, welcome to Zombie Bites Everything. Got some DayZ today. I'm in a lot better mood now. I was in a really bad mood the other day when all the changes that DayZ developers had made to the game just made it very frustrating. And they weren't even necessary changes. I don't even know why they did it, but they did it, and they just made the game very fucking unpleasurable to play. And for some reason, at 10 o'clock at night, my server shuts down and needs to be turned back on. I don't know why. I don't know if there's a button that was accidentally hit that makes that happen, but for some reason it does. But yes, DayZ developers have made it so there's a chance your boats will despawn on you, which is always nice when you spawn out on a fucking island. So not happy about that. And then they spawn that out after a couple of hours, despawn that boat. But these boats here have been sitting here for hours, way longer, and they still haven't despawned them. So I'm thinking it's either they despawn boats that are on the islands, or they despawn boats that have spark plugs in them, because I don't have spark plugs in any of these boats. And none of the boats we have found have had spark plugs. And I do believe that around the corner over here, there is an orange boat. And I believe that orange boat doesn't have a spark plug. I believe that because I haven't seen the boat yet, except for, piloting a boat past and seeing it on the shore. But I haven't gone up to it, interacted with it. And I'm going to assume it doesn't have a spark plug, which is making me think that take your spark plug out. Now, there was a boat over here before. It might still be here. It might not. Maybe I was mistaken. Nope, it's still there.
There you go, princess.
Thank you, my dear. So let's have a look and see if this has a spark plug. No spark plug. So one of the theories I'm working on is no spark plug and your boat won't disappear. Now, until I can get a second person, until I can get another boat out there, I don't want to drive a boat out there, take the spark plug out, and then log out there and see if it does it, because then I'm stuck with the trying to get back again. But yes, bunch of assholes. So what we're going to do is we're going to warm ourselves up, get our free perks, our free heat buffs, jump in a boat, and then we're going to go around to the area where we store stuff, and then we will come back in a car and hopefully take the other boat. G'day nobody, how you going, mate? Hope you're doing well. You still in WA? Yeah, I'm not impressed with the DayZ developers, with that particular thing that they've done. Because I try to play the game blind without having to look things up. And I went to the effort of getting a boat and then going and check around the islands for shipping containers, and that's when I found out they had changed how they do the shipping containers. It's like, okay, fine, you've changed it. That's fine. You're allowed to do that. I don't understand why they did it, but I wasted so much time going all the way out there and then all the way back, and it was a nightmare. All because they changed something, and then I had to go and find keys, and then they did the whole, we planned to. It was just stupid, and it was just frustrating because it was just one thing after the other. I just recently found the gear I needed. I'm on an island. I've got all my gear with me, and then all of a sudden I log out, log back in. They've taken my boat away. They've despawned it on me. And now I'm stuck on an island. I've got no way to get back to the mainland, and without losing all my gear. So I start trying to make an improvised shelter. And every place I tried to deploy it, it would say, deploy the framework, your ghost blueprint. And if it says deploy, you would be like, it says deploy, and then as soon as you move over a rock or a fence, the hold R2 to deploy fence kit or shelter kit in this case will disappear. And you expect that because you can't build a flat surface over a rock or a fence. It makes sense. So when it would say hold R2 to deploy and you deployed it, you would be under the impression you could build there. But every single spot on the island I wanted to try and build this thing, it was going, no. And it was just wasting my time, it was wasting my food, it was wasting my water, it was wasting my heat, it was wasting my health. And I was looking at possibly dying before I even figured out what to do to get off the island. And all I wanted to do was just put those items away that were really hard for us to find. Like the night vision and me belt and the canteen on it. And the knife sheath and that. I just wanted to put them away. And I was getting so mad. Eventually I got it to work. I found a spot where it would work. And then I was like, fine, I could put some stuff away. And then I killed my character off. And I was like, if I find a boat, I can head out there and get my stuff back. The stuff I couldn't fit in the shelter. And hopefully I could get all my gear back. Long story short, I did get all my gear back. But I was just so mad that those events all happened at once that I was like, yeah, no, I can't do the stream anymore. So I ended my stream. G'day, Criminal. How you going? Kangaroo, didgeridoo, I drive a Commodore and my singlet's blue, and I never went to bed with an ugly woman, but I've woken up with a few. That song worked out really well, I'm just going to say. So yeah, I was really pissed off the other day because I was like, great, I'm going to have to try and find a boat. Because DayZ has this thing, it really doesn't like you being alive. It doesn't like you being alive. And when you are alive for a certain amount of time, I believe the game does everything in its power to try and kill you in ways that aren't fair. For example, the whole island thing. It's like, there's no... Oh, and my theory's working so far, Criminal. G'day, Criminal. How you going, mate? My theory's working so far. I don't know what time it was, but we have been... There's a boat out here... Right, both my boats, my original boat that I found and went and got my gear back with, and then parked up here that's been there, well, when I told you about it, been there 22 hours, but it's still there, and the boat we used yesterday is still there. The only difference is I took the spark plugs out of them. The one on the island, when it disappeared, I hadn't taken the spark plug out of it. So... Criminal's out on one of the islands, by the way. When I finally pick up Criminal and bring him back to land, the next time we go out, I'm going to get him to follow me in a boat, and I'll leave him on the island again. But this time we'll leave a spark plug in the boat, or we'll leave a spark plug out of the boat and see if the boat despawns. And I've got a feeling that if you take the spark plug out, you'll stop the boat from despawning, or it's an area thing. It's to the area of where you are. So it's one of those. Like either if you leave the boat on the mainland, it's not going to despawn, but if you leave it on the island, it will despawn. Now, I don't know. We're going to have to test it. Not looking forward to it, though. Because it could go wrong. And we could end up... Well, when I leave Criminal on the island next, or Topeka on the island next, whichever one, and I leave them with a boat with a spark, and take the spark plug out of it, give them the spark plug so they can hold on to it so they got it there, I'm going to have to leave that island and leave them there and come back to the mainland. Can't have us both getting caught out there by mistake with no boat. Back in a sec. Okay, I'm back. Okay, Criminal, don't fall over in shock or anything like that. I'm about to tell you something that might make you pass out in amazement or shock. So I want you to brace yourself, mate. Okay? I know it's been a while since you've heard this. Are you bracing yourself? I'm going to assume you're bracing yourself and you're sitting down. Okay? No hot drinks in your hand or anything like that? I'm going to assume you're good. But here's something you don't hear often. Major Ugly's live. Links at the top of the chat. I don't know where that bloody lazy bastard's been, but he hasn't been streaming. I think he got his dick caught in an elevator door or some shit. I don't know. Gotta go nag him. Bullshit, oh, hang on, I was just there. Appendix don't count. No, I think he got it caught in the actual, you know how they got that little key thingy in there so you can open up a panel? I think he got it caught in there. Maybe. Maybe it was an elevator door. Maybe it was the elevator lock. Maybe we're trying to pick it. Just making fun of you there, Major. He's a good sport. Major wouldn't take too much offence to that. Major be the type of person that'll go, I got a little dick, what of it? So I won't worry about Going out to where Criminal is right now because I don't think he's on at the moment. Why? X to climb on and it decides to jump straight over the boat and land me in the fucking water. You stupid, stupid game. Now I'm fucking wet. I shouldn't need to be wet right this second, but no, that's what I was saying. DayZ does everything in its power. It's like, oh, you got yourself nice and warm for the trip, did you? Well, let us, as you hit X to enter the boat, let us fucking throw you over the boat into the water, and then you're wet. Now you can go back and warm back up and waste your time getting dry again because we wet your shoes and you can't wring them out. Fuck you, DayZ devs. Yous are a bunch of cocksuckers. Pull your dicks out each other's mouths for fucking 5 minutes and fucking focus on the game instead of giving each other blowjobs. Sucking down that cum as much as you can get. Drinking it like it's a fucking $5 shake. Because if John Travolta was at your party, he'd go, God damn, that's a good $5 shake. And he'd shake it up too. He'd shake that fucking container to get that milkshake out. Yeah, I went from fucking riffing on the bloody DayZ devs to riffing on John Travolta. Fuck you, Travolta. Come at me. Been playing Black Flag on the Switch while I'm away. Damn, it's still a great game. If only Skull and Bones played the same, it would have been epic. Yeah, I tried Skull and Bones a couple of days ago, or about a week ago now, or whatever it was, not long ago, with Criminal again. And they had changed so much to it, they made it worse. I've only got 2 trophies to get, and I would have platinum on that. And normally I would say, oh, I've got a couple of trophies. Let me see if I can get the platinum on it, just for something to do, because I've done the story. There's nothing else to do. But I deleted it. I did my stream, and then as soon as I finished, I deleted it because they've made it way worse than it was. It was actually better when it first came out. Now it's worse. They've changed certain things and just made it real bad. I don't enjoy it at all. I mean, I was enjoying Skull and Bones, but now they've made it so bad that I don't even enjoy the Skull and Bones that they did have. And I wanted more fighting and shit like that too, like Black Flag. But yeah, no, it's shit now. Yeah, I was just like, nah. Oh, my biggest problem was no matter what I did, it was restarting messages. It was telling me that my missions were I had to get the second hammer and the second crowbar and the second saw and the second axe or whatever for getting stuff, and yet I can hold triangle and collect the stuff without even having that little marker that used to pop up and down, because I achieved all of that, unlocked it. I don't even have a level 1 sickle to upgrade to a level 2, but there's a mission there to upgrade to level 2 sickle and every other tool. And I don't have them because I'd already upgraded them, so it's reset all the missions. And because it's reset all the missions, it's interfering with the game because they're all complete. They ain't there for me to do. So I got all these missions popping up all the time, being a prick. And I got to go through a list of missions just to find the one that I want to do. And it was confusing because we're sailing around looking for someone, and it'll be one of these other missions that have popped up. I've got stuff that I need to get rid of, but it's saying you need to get rid of this, but no one's popping up for me to get rid of it to them because the mission's already been complete. So it was really fucking frustrating. So I was like, yeah, no, I'm done. So, yeah, one of the trophies is upgrade all your things, and that was one of the only trophy I need to do These are the two trophies I need to get platinum in fucking Skull and Bones, right? I got to destroy a ship while I'm only on 5 HP. That's easy. That is really, really easy. I could sit there with Criminal. We could go PvP, and I could blast the shit out of. He could blast the shit out of my ship until I'm under 5 HP. And then he could just let me destroy his ship. We could cheat to get that one if we wanted to. But I could also get that easily enough by just having very low health and taking on a little boat. It doesn't matter. And the other one is I need to collect 10,000 jute, the stuff that you make in the rope. I need to collect 10,000 of that. And even though those two trophies are so easy, I could get them in a day. I could get them in a couple of hours if I really wanted to. I'm just not interested. So I'm not a person who goes for platinum generally. I only look at the trophies when, like, I only really pay attention to the trophies once I've completed the game. Then I'll have a look to see, is there any trophies there that make it so then I've got something to sort of go, here's a challenge, give me a reason to play the game again. Because I look at it that way. The trophies can give you a little bit of, give you an idea. Sometimes there might be a trophy that'll go, can you kill 10 zombies in 30 seconds? Oh, I haven't done that yet. Well, let me see if I can do that. You know, and you play the game again, and then you try and challenge yourself. So, but these two, they're not really challenging trophies, and I could easily get a platinum on this game, and I don't need the missions to be able to get the platinum on the game, but I'm not interested because the game's broken. So I could have my 5th platinum if I want, but yeah, no. Everyone refuses. I only got that one because I happen to have nobody was live at the time, and I asked him if I could trade with him. I said I'd give him some money, and I gave him a whole heap of coin so he could, you know, buy some stuff and upgrade some stuff and do whatever, and that got me that one. We just needed to get Topeka and you on and me on at the same time. Oh, hang on, you traded with Topeka as well. Yeah. I mean, if you play it live, you might have someone join you. I think when I was playing, Lee Villain wanted to join me, but I didn't find out until after the stream ended because I've got me messages put on mute when I'm live, so I didn't find out till afterwards. And if I had known, I could have invited him, and you could have traded with him and got your third because we were both in there. I don't want to push. Said hop in, and all of a sudden it switched to push just as I went to hold square. So you hold square, get in the boat like that, and then you can hold square to stand up in the boat, and you're all nice and dry. I was thinking about seeing if Ocean Gate was still operating and seeing if they wanted to go on a trip. in an imploding submarine that's controlled with a PlayStation 3 controller. Regardless of that incident, right? I don't know if we all remember. Well, let me refresh the memories. A couple of years back, there was a submarine, a little personal submarine from a company called Ocean Gate, I believe it's called. And it imploded it had a pressure malfunction at the bottom of or on the way to the Titanic. It had a malfunction. And all the people on board, they died. Apparently they all died instantly, in seconds, like milliseconds. Wasn't even enough to be able to feel it, apparently. I don't know. I've never died like that, so I can't tell anybody whether that's how it happens or not. I think we just tell ourselves, nah, they didn't feel it, to make ourselves feel better, because the more gruesome the death, we tell ourselves that. Now, there was a lot of... James Cameron came out and said, oh, they shouldn't have been doing this, they shouldn't have been doing that. And it's like, I don't know what James Cameron knows about engineering, right? But I'm pretty sure the people that have built his shit were proper engineers, and he didn't build it himself. This guy managed to build this shit himself with his own... I don't know what his engineering skills were either, but this guy built this thing and made it run on a PlayStation 3 controller, which they kept saying was a PlayStation 3 controller, but it wasn't a PS3 controller. It was a knockoff PlayStation 3 controller, judging by the photos and that of it. But that's still pretty impressive. Regardless of the thing not working and breaking, it did do a whole heap of trips without problems. Oh yeah, it lost communication once or twice, but we've got plenty of things in our society that break down with communication sometime, and we still use it. Just because it broke down communication or lost connection, we don't just automatically abandon it. So when everyone was like, when that first time it lost connection and they were stranded down there and they had to reconnect, they should have quit then. It's like, why? We don't do that with anything else. If the train system loses connection or something, it has to have a massive loss of life before someone actually goes, all right, let's relook at it. But if it's just a delay, no one cares. All right, you're down here a little longer. It was only supposed to be an X amount of hour trip. You get an extra couple of hours, So it was still kind of impressive that someone, to me, I'm impressed at the fact that someone was able to have a vehicle that could work under water that deep with that much interference from water and that. And I was impressed that they actually managed to get something like that to work with a PlayStation 3 controller in the first place. That's impressive to me. Now, that might seem like very simple things to other people. Some people might think, oh, yeah, that's easy. You can control a car like that. Okay, cool. But I don't know about anyone else, but PlayStation 3 controllers don't really have the best range. So to get it to work that distance and shit, that's impressive. I don't know how they did it. James Cameron was just pissed and happy. He was pissed off and happy at the same time. He was saying he was pissed off because this guy was risking people's lives. No. He was unhappy. He was happy when the guy died and his business tanked, because James Cameron was happy at the fact that he can claim that he's the only one that goes down there now, because no one does tours down there. James Cameron's one of the only ones that goes down there. He does the fucking movie and shit like that. He made the big documentary about the Titanic. He acts like the Titanic expert, and yet still he has inaccuracies in his Titanic movie, because it turns out James Cameron's not a Titanic expert. Come at me, Cameron. Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, 100%. The ship wasn't up to par. That's why it fucking failed. And he probably didn't do routine checks on it for, you know, cracks and, you know, wear and tear and shit like that. Totally. I'm not impressed with the actual ship itself. I'm just impressed with the fact that the prick managed to get the PS3 controller to work in that distance and operate shit. And let's be clear, right? The PS3 controller was not the reason why it imploded. It was the poor manufacture of the sub itself. So I'm only impressed that the PlayStation 3 controller worked at that distance. And I'm not impressed with him as a human being, because I believe he took unnecessary risks with human life, and I think that's reckless. But just with the PlayStation 3 controller, I'm like, hey, that's impressive. I'm impressed with the controller. Not the guy. No, the guy's a dickhead. The billionaire's a fuckwit. But you see, that's the problem too. You can't even do a depth test. Like, we can do a depth test to know where the Titanic is, but we can't really do a depth test to see if the machine's going to work. You send it down there and it comes up and says, yes, it works. Okay, cool. Is it going to work the second time when you send it down with people in it? That might be the time it fails. So you could do that. Theoretically, you could. But at the same time, you know, maybe you sealed it all up properly and everything was working on that test, and then on the way back up, you know, it's fine, and then when you load the people up, you might not have done one thing, or there might have been a crack and it didn't fail right there and then, so someone could go, oh, well, it didn't fail, so therefore it passed the test. They definitely do need more things, and they should have people that are certified in these sorts of things as well, instead of just letting random people do it. We have hours and hours and hours of flight training needed before you can take control of a plane on your own. So the same sort of thing should be for submarines as well, that you have to have specific training in it. That would be one of the things that I would put in place when it comes to the safety of it. Yeah. Well, it wasn't the controller that failed. The controller never failed. It was the carbon fibre hull of the boat that failed, not the controller. It was still his design, and his design for his ship is what failed, or for his submarine is what failed. But it wasn't the actual controller. The controller would still work. Dry it out, it's fine. Yeah, the sub under the pressure went. And wouldn't have been able to guarantee it wouldn't do that. Like, if you had done a test and dropped it down, yes, that test would have taken hours and hours and hours to get it down there and back. But I don't know if that's a feasible option. Looking back at it now, it seems like it should have been done, but even still, it's not guaranteed to tell you very much. It's like when we do anything, you know. You do something in a video game, or you do anything in life, and it works the first time, so you assume it's going to work the second time. And your first time that it works, even if it's your first time doing it, you've never tested it, that's still your first test to see if it works. When things can fuck up afterwards, that's always the thing. What should have been done is there should have been a... I don't know whether this is anything that's possible or not. but maybe X-raying the ship every time, that little vessel, every time it came up, running it through some sort of X-ray or something to check for fractures and separations of carbon fibre and all that sort of stuff. Instead of just looking over it and going, it's not leaking. And if you mean a depth pressure test by putting it in a vessel of its own and decompressing it, I don't know how big one of those would need to be. And again, if it passed that test, that's not saying it wouldn't fail later, because the test might come back, okay, it's safe to go, but you don't know if that test actually caused any problems. I didn't want to stop. Why would I want to stop? I just wanted to slow down. Yeah. Well, it was a error in the there was two separate incidents. One incident had a reporter on it, and they lost controls. They lost control with the PlayStation 3 controller, lost control with the ship, and they had to wait ages for it to reconnect. Then they reconnected it, and it was fine. But this time round, it wasn't that. It imploded. So the controller was still working, but it imploded. Sorry, I didn't mean to make them sound like they were both the same incident. Could have been avoided, yep. Definitely could have been avoided. I don't have any plans to go in the ocean myself. Fuck that, I'm done. I've been in the ocean enough. I used to do it when I was a teenager. Then as I got older, I got a little bit more wary. Basically, there were certain things I just opted out of doing because I got kids now. Now, there's another shipwreck. I found 2 more shipwrecks. And I'm curious if any of these shipwrecks have any gear. And one of these shipwrecks happens to be right here in front of me. Well, that's a shipwreck. I mean, I would class that as a shipwreck. I really don't think we're getting in it. Honestly, I don't even know where I am right this second. I thought I did. There's no way I made it over there in that time. I don't think that shipwreck is counted as one. Stay on land, best way to avoid that. Yeah, any more keys found? Nah, not yet. Honestly, I haven't looked. This is the first time I'm looking. I'm almost back at our base. It's very rare to go in here and find nothing. Wow. Wow. It's a good spot to sit. I know there's zombies out here somewhere. We'll get to our base in a minute. Just looked over a criminal's message in fucking majors. Where'd you go? Did someone bury you alive or something? Criminals' cars at the military base, but they can stay there for now. It's safe. It's on the beach. Pretty sure no one's going to think it belongs to anybody, but I'm pretty sure if someone finds it, they're going to know straight away it belongs to somebody. It's got stuff in it. I made sure I was putting stuff in it when I found stuff. Okay, so I'm going to put the DMR under here. The magazines there. I did find some M4A1 magazines, so that was good. Found a KA101 magazine as well, which was good. And I found another suppressor, which is also good. Man, I was getting flogged over the space in this game, eh? Song stuck in my head. Yeah, it always is a sex thing with Major, isn't it? You dirty, filthy animal. Yeah, I know. You all see through my facade. I don't really think Major's a dirty animal. I'm just jealous. He gets to do sex stuff and I don't. It's sad. You should try being me for a day. Poop. Hello. No poop. I can't tell if he's paused or not. Is he still alive? I thought I seen moving on the screen a second ago, but maybe I didn't. Okie dokie. Oh, we got a pristine hook on there with a worm. Okay, that makes more sense. Hey! You hooked it on there. Got it. Okay, rewormed up the hooks. They're all ready to go. That hook has fuck all left on it because it's badly damaged, but we're going to chuck it in there anyway. Just keep it away for later. It's weird. Some of these cans are ready to use and some of them are frozen. Okay. You look at the barrels and that's just green. That's green, and that's blue because it's frozen. I'm going to assume Major's still live. It still says 7 people, but I don't hear anything. Major must have done his normal. I'm going to go for a walk. Oh, Jimmy the other night. Jimmy, mate. Full. Ah. One short. I don't really need that on me, do I? So we can go like that. We can go like that. I'm leaving my filter behind because I don't need to bring it with. And I'm leaving my box of matches behind because, again, I don't need to bring it with. I can leave one worm behind. I can leave my map behind. No, I want to take that with me just in case I do get lost out in the ocean. I can leave a bandage behind. I'll leave a bandage behind. Nah, fuck that. Alright. Let's just stay here and stay warm. What do we got? 6 sticks left. Alright, we'll just stay here and stay warm. There's a blizzard out there. So we might as well stay here. Okay. Oh, let's get myself comfy in my chair. Now, I definitely wouldn't recommend being on the water if there's going to be a reset. When there's a reset, you're not in the vehicle when you come in. So if you're driving, a reset puts you outside the vehicle, which isn't good if you're on a boat. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to drive the new car we got to the place where the other boat is. And we're doing a little bit of gymnastics here. So I've got a couple of choices. I could drive all the way around with the boat to where Criminal's car is and pick up Criminal's car and bring it all the way back here. But I think what I might do is, because I've got to move a few vehicles around, so this is going to be a travelling video today. Basically travelling around, moving some vehicles around. So what I'll do is I'll drive the new car to the other spot. It was probably easier just getting here by boat, to be honest, than by car. So I'm trying to figure out whether I'm better off doing it by boat or whether I'm better off doing it by car. And I'm thinking I drive the new car to the spot where we picked up our boat from today, drop it off there, and then I grab the boat that's there, go out to the military base, grab Criminal's car, drive it here, and then jump back in the boat there and drive that boat back to the spot where the car is, the new car is. And then both mine and Criminal's cars here, and they're stuck here, fine. There's no boats here, up there where we left that other one. There'll be a boat back at the military again, but yeah, really what I should have done, no, we're going to change that plan. We are changing that plan. I'm going to go, see, yeah, what I'm going to do is I could just jump back in the boat, go back to where the boat is, jump back in it, go to the military base, grab Criminal's car, drive it all the way back, park it here, then get the new car and drive it down. And then I don't have to do a double back and forth. That's probably easier. That's what we will do. I need a car down at the other end because there's an easier spot to get to the... No, it's not. Damn. There really is no easy way to get to these shipwrecks. That's the problem. And I found some boats that are supposed to be on the map. like literally on land. And I don't know what the deal is with that. Not too sure what to do. And we're going to be leaving in a minute anyway because that fire's almost out. I can hear the cracklings getting lower and lower. Problem is, by doing it on the boat, going around to the military area, the problem there is I'm going to lose a lot of heat. So it might be better to grab the spare stuff out of here hang on, what do I have in the truck? Do I have any car parts in the truck? No, I do not. Just gear. Cool. Don't I have gear in here as well? Yeah, I do. That can all just stay there. Have a Jerry in here? No, I don't. Alright, so we don't have a jerry can in there. So let's grab the jerry can out of here. And put that in there. And let's just... Oi! I said close the door, not turn the fucking engine off. Why would I turn the engine off? I want to stay warm. So, okay. We'll go drop this car off. There's a gunter not far away from where we've got to drop this car off. And I'm thinking, we drop this car off, we take the bits and pieces we got inside, go pick up the gunter, or fix the gunter up along the way. Drop this off, and then come up, grab the gunter, and then drive it back to the military base, and then grab Criminal's car, leaving the gunter there. I know that sounds weird, but I don't care about the gunter. I'll despawn it. I was watching this Law fucking DayZ last night. And the person looked like at first that he put a lot of work into it, you know, trying to figure out when it's set. And he's like, oh, so it's, at the end of it, he was like, so in my investigation, this game is set in 2017. And I'm thinking, bullshit, it's set in 2017. It's set in October of 1996. It's very fucking established in the game. And I'll challenge anybody that says otherwise due to the fact that the only calendars you find all stop October 1996. There's no other new calendars. Now, people want to go, oh, but the maps say that they were printed in 2013, you know, so it must be over 2013. It's like, yeah, but that's when the game was released. That's when they added the maps to the game. The game was released in 2013. So, as far as I'm concerned, judging by the vehicles, judging by the landscape, and all that sort of thing, the type of weapons, the type of vehicles, I'm going to say and stick with 1996, because the calendars all say 1996. It's almost like everybody stopped October 1996. Everything stopped. And this guy didn't even mention the calendars. It's almost like, and they're in the game, and it's almost like he went solely off what other fans have said and shit like that. And I've never seen anybody reference the calendars, to be honest. I'm the only one that seems to reference it. I don't know of anybody else doing it, and I haven't watched everybody that's played DayZ. But all these big time DayZ streamers that have got it in with the devs, none of them have mentioned it. So yes, officially, this era is 1996. And if I find one of the calendars, I'll point it out. I'm not actively looking for one right now, though. But you can normally find them in garages, sometimes petrol stations, sometimes police stations. You find them a lot on the Trinaris map. And Trinaris is supposed to translate to Black Russian, or Black Russia, which is supposed to be a play on White Russia, which... I don't know why I have to bring race into it. That's a joke, people. I know it's got nothing to do with race. So, I don't know. I think people try to just make up their own. It's got no storyline to it. You are pretty much told you're immune. They're not even called zombies according to the devs. They use the word loosely, but it's just people infected with a rage virus. That's why, and you're just one of the people of the 2% that is immune, and you're a foreigner to the land. I don't know why you had to be a foreigner to the land. I don't know why it couldn't have been you're from here and you're still 2%, one of the 2% that didn't get infected. I don't know why they made that, but your mission is to survive. And there's some people wanting to unlock the mystery and the history of DayZ, and it doesn't really have one. I mean, it kind of does, but if people can't, if you're going to put calendars in and they all stop at October 1996, it's either October or September, one of them. I think it's October. But if you're going to stop at October 1996, then you can't have 4 or 5 different timelines in that thing. It doesn't make sense. I suppose people could say, oh, maybe no one in the whole country decided to use calendars after 1996. Yeah, it's possible. But if we're talking about a game that's trying to be realistic, that's not realistic. That doesn't even sound logical. And people could say, oh, but what about the 2013 blah, 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 on the maps? Well, maybe they were pamphleted in afterwards. Maybe they're still trying to get this under control. Maybe they know there is a 2% survival rate and that pamphlets get put down, and there's got to be live people around if they're sending rockets to gas out areas and fly helicopters that crash. And we can assume that this was a normal car until one of these guys turned and attacked everybody. They said they're not zombies, that's why you can do body shots on them and they die. You don't have to hit them in the head. And the Z in Day Zero doesn't stand for zombies. DayZ, it doesn't stand for zombies, it stands for 0. So it's Day Zero. The Z's not for zombies, it's for 0. Now I don't know how much of that is true, because I haven't actually read that. I was just told that. Fox told me that actually. So I don't know. I haven't read it myself. And it's like I was saying before, I try to play the game blind. Even when there's updates, I try to figure out what those updates are rather than looking to see what the updates are. And of course, a few streams back, Criminal pointed out that they don't do the same update log on PlayStation 5 that they used to do on PlayStation 4. And that's lets you know what everything is. Which after a couple of days of playing after an update, I used to check that. Okay, so what is there that's been done, you know? I didn't notice anything different. Oh, they fixed that. Well, I never dealt with that, or I didn't notice any difference. It all still points to Russia, though. I know that much. I don't know about this map though, because the video I watched was talking about Trinaris and Livonia. It wasn't talking about Sakau. So I don't know what the story is with this map. Other than apparently it was closed off and that's why the shipping containers are on the outside on the islands. That's why there's no Hummers, because American troops never landed here or whatever, something like that. I don't know whether blending in Armour 2 or because this is a mod from one of the Armour games that someone created or a group of people created that used all the assets from an Armour game to be able to make this. And I don't know whether it's fair to go use any of the stuff from Armour as why this turned out the way it did. Apparently it worked better when it was the mods taking care of this game and not the DayZ devs themselves or Bohemian Interactive. Ah, it's a vest. I was hoping it was one of the shirts. I was going to grab it for Criminal because I think he's only got a medium shirt. Man, they really want me to see the cop cars today, don't they? I marked a couple more points of interest on the map. They're labelled as shipwrecks. And yesterday I was struggling to find where the shipwreck was because the icons look the same as the boat icons, except they're slightly tilted differently. Just slightly. And my fucking bad eyes wasn't picking up on that. Have a reset in about 40 minutes. Next one will be about 10 o'clock tonight. Hopefully it resets and doesn't just stop again. I don't know why. See, normally you could go, oh, if you played with the XML files, then that's why there's glitches and bugs in the game, because you might have overloaded something or mucked up with something. We haven't touched any of that stuff this time around. There's no getting items in bulk or anything like that. This is all go out and actually look for it, which is the proper way to play it. Really, there is no proper way to play it. This is just my way of saying proper way to play it. Could be zombies walking around here, so I just want to be careful. Okay, water for radiator. The blizzard stopped. I wasn't going to freeze to death just getting out for a couple of seconds to do that. Your heat takes a bit of a hit when you go out in the blizzard. Different types of weather drains your heat in different amounts, different rates. So the colder it is, the more quicker you're going to get cold, obviously. So that's why I waited until then to do it. Plus, this is the town coming up that has the car we need. Protective case still has not despawned. Out front of this medical unit, on my left-hand side, there's a gunter. It spawned in. Never used to be there, but it spawned in, so... And I did interact with it. Well, I knew you were around. Where you going? You literally just seen me walk past you, you fucking retard. So I had a spark plug. Oh, I thought I just took my radiator out then. I mean, an hour and a half and we're back to where we started almost. Oh man. Shoulder and neck are killing today. I must have slept wrong. I remember laying in bed watching some YouTube. When I woke up, my iPad was sitting there nicely where it sits. I don't know if Topeka did it or if I did it and just don't remember. Man, everyone's wearing the same outfit. Red pants, green shirt. Red pants. Oh, no, you're the other way around. And there happens to be police cars down here. That's nice. Well, I didn't know they spawn in down there. I wonder if the boat's still here. Yep. I hit you, and instead of you dying, you just bounce in the air. Where are you going? You literally looked at my car, ran up, and then decided I'm going to go and run in a different direction. The hell's wrong with you? Yeah, I'm starting to think taking the spark plug out is key. Alright, I need to do something quickly. So I'm just going to sit in the car. For a moment. Okay, so we have to double back to get that gunter. And then we'll go quickly get Criminal's car, park it back at base. And then we'll jump back in the boat. We'll bring the boat back around here. Why not? Oh, it's going to be a long run in a minute. Oh. Get my legs ready. Oh, there is a cat in here. Oh, okay. Just got to go around that bend of the road. There was a thing that said shipwrecks and boathouses. can hold the keys. Then there was another thing I read that said that had a heap of people saying, I'm not finding the keys. I hate when they zip around you like that. They shouldn't be able to. Because they happen to do that while attacking. And it seems stupid that they're able to do that. Especially when they're in the middle of a swing and they sort of zip past you. I don't like it because I don't like being attacked. And it's just a stupid thing. These zombies, rage-infested people, whatever the fuck you want to call them, they seem to have abilities normal people don't have. Like, they can climb fucking barbed wire fences that are built into the game, but if you build a fence with barbed wire, they can't. You can't climb the barbed wire fences. There are fences they can climb, you can't. And that makes no sense. Because you're a thinking human being, and they're a rage monster. It doesn't make any sense. And the other thing is too, you can't grow vegetables. Why not? Too cold. Okay. Then why is everything else growing? Why are all these trees growing? Why are all these shrubs growing? Why is all this grass growing? Got to be consistent. I think I'm done worrying about any zombies at the moment. I call them zombies. I don't care what the DayZ devs call them. I call them zombies. They go, oh, you don't get infected and you don't turn. That's why it's not zombies. It's like, yeah, but zombie movies has established that it doesn't always happen. You don't always turn straight away. It can take a little bit. And we take the suit pants because we don't need them, but it's rags. And we can burn rags. And how am I wet? Foot touched the water as I was going in that boat, I bet. When the water was coming up. Seems highly unlikely. But yeah, I'm wet. Motherfucker. I didn't go in any water. I didn't even hear any water splash. I just realised we got fuck all fuel. I probably should have went up to the fuel station, grabbed some fuel, went back and put it in. But I'm quietly confident. Oh, I just ran yous fucks over. What are you doing at my car? Don't you give me a ticket, cunt. Don't you dare give me a ticket. I believe there's a bottle of water in the car. If needs be, I'll defrost it, drink it, and then fill it up with fuel and put it in the car. If I bring the jerry can would be in the car that I'm going to drop off at base, and it wouldn't be with us when we come back. Well, actually, no, it's fine. I would have been able to bring it back. Alright, but leaving that car there with a jerry can in it is probably a better idea, because I need jerry cans for boats, and that's where I like to leave from. Now apparently you can ice sheet or iceberg hop or hop along the ice to get along to where you need to go. And me and Criminal were looking at it last night. We're thinking it's probably not impossible, but the chances of making it alive, they've got to be slim. You're not doing it just as a fresh spawn, that's for sure. And on the odd chance that there is a fresh spawn out there that can do that, my hat's off to you. Let's save a little bit of fuel. A little lag then. I had it freeze the other day and I wasn't even driving, I was just sitting in the car and the game froze. Okay, got to pull out all the parts out of this. We'll pull the radiator, battery, spark plug. We'll pull the headlight, and then we'll despawn it. G'day, Kildamain. I never did the whole container run on here. There's Hothouse. What key? What container? New colour-coded keys for the container shipwrecks on the beaches, yeah. So around this map, there's a whole bunch of islands that got containers, Now you got to go to a shipwreck to find the keys. Some of the containers need a yellow key, some of them need a blue key. That's the only colours we've found so far. As for the key itself, we've only found one blue key, and you only get so many uses. Hey, fuck! We tried, it was going to slam me into that. I wasn't even aiming for it, but it was like, let's see if we can aim it to... Oh, I fucking stopped it before we got to. There's hothouses. Well, not along the ice. Like if you're going along the ice, like it's said that you don't need a boat to get to the shipwreck, and that you don't need a boat to get to... Yeah, you don't need a boat to get to the shipwreck. But, and they've decided now that they'll randomly despawn boats, even if you're using them. Like, not while you're using them, but you'll park them up, log out, log back in, your boat will be despawned. I had that happen to me the other day. It really pissed me off. It did it to me when I was on the island. I was looking for the containers, and I found containers. They were all locked up. I didn't know what to do to open them because it was... They'd done an update, and yeah, logged out for a couple of hours, came back into the game, and my boat had been despawned. And the only one that's been despawned on me so far is one I had on the island with me. And that's when you seen it the other day, Domain. And then it wouldn't let me build my shelter. Like, DayZ devs, you need to get your shit together, guys. If it says that I can deploy my fucking ghost blueprint for, you know, fence kit, tower kit, flagpole kit, or shelter kit, then if it says I can deploy it, I should be able to build it. You shouldn't be going, well, no, you can't build here. Because that shit cost me so much the other day. It almost made me want to not play the game ever again. Because I was thinking to myself, if the game's so broken, you can't even figure out that simple thing, why am I playing it? You're only going to get worse. It should be, if you can't deploy it, then you can't build there. That makes sense. And if you can deploy it, then that should mean that you can build there. I walked all over that fucking island trying to find a spot, having to deconstruct the fucking blueprint all the time and move me sticks and that, and then he's just did it to be arseholes. It's a sexual thing with the DayZ devs. Apparently the DayZ developers can't get an erection unless they know they're fucking over players. And they hear people rage on the game and shit like that and get mad at the game, and then they go, I got an erection. Yay. And then they go take their little pin dick erection, and their wife just sits there going, are you in? Oh shit, you're finished? I didn't even know. And that's why their wife fucks the butcher and the milkman. All the DayZ developers' wives fuck the butcher and the milkman. Not one of them are satisfied with their fucking man. They all fuck the butcher because he's got that good meat, and they've just got the little appendix. that they can't even get erect. Like, they see their wife naked and they're like, hang on a second, I've got to look at the emails. I've got an angry email here from This Zombie Bites Everything, who's complaining about having to peel a potato. Oh, now I'm hard. Let's fuck, honey. And she's like, fucking hell. She looks at the fucking, the wife of the developers, looks at the developer when he's naked, looks at his dick and goes, I think I might get more satisfaction out of a tampon than you. Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to shove a tampon up me. That's going to be better. Oh, yeah. Even then, he thinks it's an erection, but he's still pushing rope. No worries, criminal. You know Major's back streaming again when you're just sitting there looking at a pause screen for fucking hours. I think the whole time I've been watching him, I think he's done about 20 minutes of gameplay. Yeah. The rest has been paused or in a menu. Hey, I sit around and do fuck all sometimes in a game too. I'm not judging, but you know, I'm just saying. You'd almost think that he's not streaming because it's paused like that. There's a chance people might think that he's not actually streaming. If your character's not going to die, man, just let it sit there. If it's not going to die in the house and not going to get cold or anything, just let it sit there and move and make sounds. At least people will know you're live still. Or not, I don't care. I'm still sitting there watching it. I'll keep watching it until it comes up the little square saying it's ended. And besides, I know Major. Major's walked away. I've been sitting there in a game with Major and he's like, be right back. And I've been sitting there and then 45 minutes later I just left the game because I was like, yeah, no, I'm not waiting anymore. I'm waiting 45 minutes here. I've got to go. I was streaming too at the time. I forget what game that was we were playing. It might have been Far Cry or something. Now, poor Major is, every time he goes live, that's when his family goes, hey, let's interrupt Dad. Let's interrupt him. I'm not saying that they interrupt him like that. I mean, there's always something that happens and Major's the kind of person that'll go, you know, deal with it and do what he needs to do and then come back to the game. At least he's not doing what Jimmy did the other night. Jeez. That done me head in. Jimmy, got some explaining to do, mate. I used to like that Real Slim Shady song. Now I fucking can't stand it. Jimmy. He was playing Fortnite and he left the... I think he went to take the dog for a walk or something. And he left the music playing in the Fortnite game. And it was just going, I'm Slim Shady. It was the chorus or the verse or chorus or whatever for fucking the Real Slim Shady. And it was just on repeat. Me and Mike Brown were making jokes about being tortured with the music and apologising for whatever it is we had done. It was funny. I got the headset on, and because he's playing a game, Major's playing a game with zombies in it, I've got him turned down a little bit, so any of his zombies wouldn't make me think they're in my game. So I can't hear. I didn't hear what he said to his "be right back" or anything like that. But if someone in Major's chat did hear him say it, can they write down in his chat, "Major will be back soon," so when people come in they can see it? I don't know the reason why Major left, so can someone do that in Majors? If they know the reason why or how long he's going to be roughly. Misty, talking to you. I don't know. I don't even know if she's there. I don't even know if she's in mine. She might not be. I shouldn't. I'm not. There's no way that the people that are in Majors, probably don't even know what I'm saying right now. They guarantee they're watching me at the same time. Well, the stream's definitely still live because I've seen that message pop up. So it's still live. The first time Major gets on in fucking like a month or something. And he's gone for most of the stream. That's funny. I mean, the longest I've left my chat's probably about 15 minutes. I really had to go to the toilet. I was like, back in a minute, guys. Unlike Major, I didn't take these guys with me to the toilet. I want to have a mouth of me coffee, but I've said to myself, you can't drink your coffee until you get the criminal's car. Then you've earned your right to have a coffee. They'd probably make these towns work a little bit better. It'd be a lot less glitchy if they just despawned some of the assets. They got too many. There's a petrol station coming up. Hey, what are you sliding sideways for? That was weird. I was turning the corner and kind of going like a crab. Wasn't quite sideways, but it was had a weird thing to it then. Not too far away now. We got fighter jets over us. In real life. Doing training exercises. You know, we've got a whole heap of desert where no one lives in it. And they do flight exercises and training exercises in our overpopulated areas. Yeah. This is the stick I was telling you about, criminal. It always gets me. Always catches the side of my car. Got a spot on my TV that I can see out the corner of my eye. that where the curtain's just open a little bit and the sun's just beaming through hitting the TV. It's annoying because it keeps making me... You know when you get something in the corner of your eye and you just can't help but look at it? Wrong button. Oh man, how far away is this military base? I honestly on the map, this looks like the shortest direction to go from where I was. It looks like it's just shorter to go around. I feel like I would have been at the base by now had I gone the other way. Just realised I only have a pistol. Or maybe we'll just push this car into the water. And I'm still wet. It can pretty much reset any minute now. Okay, so that was the first checkpoint into the military base. So you got one checkpoint. And at the end of this, we've got a shed. And then we've got a second checkpoint. I don't know if you'd class this as a checkpoint. I wouldn't. So the first checkpoint's at the entrance and the second checkpoint is just up here. After that second checkpoint, then you got a third checkpoint. But in between the second and the third, that's where there's two tree branches down on the ground covering the road. Again, I don't consider this to be a checkpoint. Not this bit. This bit up here I do. So this is the second checkpoint, or what I consider to be the second checkpoint. And you can just see it up there. This is my view yesterday. So 2 checkpoints and then the trees are on the road. Those trees nearly always get criminal at the last minute. You reckon 5 minutes on reset? Well, it's 6 minutes now. It's 6 minutes past 4 now. If for some reason this car runs out of fuel, I got to get to that beach and keep running along. We've released all the items from the car, or at the very least, no, I want them all. This would be considered the third. I wouldn't even consider this a checkpoint, but we'll say it's a third checkpoint. You take the normal time then? Alright. Ah, 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 DayZ decided to go, fuck you, criminal. You don't tell us when we reset. Oh, man. Oh, shit. Shoulder. Right. This shipwreck that's in Trinaris, the one we see in the background there, I've never actually been in there when the gas is there. Oh, I really hope it's not doing that shitty thing again, where it's closed the server. I'm still on my first coffee of the day. Topeka, if you're listening, can you have a look? Should have been up by now. Yeah, it's done that shit thing again where it's gone, oh, I'm not popping back up. So Topeka's just going to go check on it. No idea why the server keeps doing this. A part of me thinks the DayZ devs are doing this deliberately. A small part of me. I don't really think they are. Just to be clear, I don't really think they are. It's just that, you know, DayZ is just one of those games. If it can fuck you over, it does its best to try to. Let's go. At the moment, they can eat a bag of dicks. Yeah, I don't know why they keep doing this. I've no idea why they keep randomly going, the server's closed. There's no reason for it. Unless there's been a button that's been hit, like while you're moving it around and as the page is loading up or something, and some button's been hit to shut it down every 24 hours or some shit. I don't think there is a button that does that. But unless some button's been hit that we don't know about, for some reason, the last 3-4 days, it's been doing this. It's been shutting down and going, that's it, we're not opening back up until you come in and physically turn us on again. Yep, there it is. Thank you. All right. I'm just going to sit back in the lobby for a second. Don't know why it changed my custom character there. It gave me my custom character still, but I had to save it. It started restarting again. What? Oh, for fuck's sake. The fuck? Nitrado and DayZ developers, sort your fucking shit out. Can't handle a couple of jokes. Is that what it is? He picked on my penis being small and said I couldn't get an erection and says that my wife was sleeping with the butcher. Yeah, I only speak the truth. Of course. I spawn into wolves howling. And that's nice. I gotta try and remember which road it is I drive down. Major's been paused for almost an hour. That's what he did to me one time. Back in a minute. Fucking 45 minutes later. I mean, you got to feed the kids. You got to feed the kids. Nothing wrong with that. Misty's been there so long she's growing a beard, she said. Holy shit, he's back. I don't think Major has a real concept of time. I don't either. Not judging him on that. I don't have a fucking concept of time either. Got to get over there to that side of the coast. That one there would take me there, but it also takes me to the generator and the bunker, and that's not where I want to go. Guy that Major's talking to right now, he's the character's talking to, looks diseased as fuck. Why are you licking my sock? Did I step in something that intrigues you on my sock? Oh, it must be a prickle or something, because now he's chewing at my sock. If I can, I want to get this car as close as I can to criminals so I don't have to run. And then I'm just going to sit here until this blizzard disappears, because look at this. I can barely see. Already running low on fuel. Well, I said I was quietly confident that I'd get the car to the military base, and there was enough fuel to get to the military base. And technically we've gotten to the military base. We may even end up driving past our road we need. But I think it's coming up. Should be on our right. I think that's it there. Let's try it. That's the one. That's using the old pepper. I didn't even end up recording anything last night. I was gonna and I forgot. Yep, this is the road me and Criminal took. I remember checking these over while Criminal was making a coffee. Oh, here's a big question. Will I be able to get down to the beach in this little poxy car? First we have to see an opening. Kind of. Idiot. Tried to pull me into that tree a minute ago. The road did. But I'm smarter than the road. And then we drove along. Oh. No. We drove this way a little bit. It wasn't night time when I fucking did this. Can you imagine people storming the beaches with fucking gunters? Now I'm either going the right way or I'm going the wrong way. I'm pretty sure I'm going the right way. Pretty sure. Honestly, I thought it was around here. But maybe it's up a little further. I do remember we drove past a few of these spiky things joking about how they look like they want to pierce a radiator. Nope, there's the car. Right there. Alright, let's wait till daytime. We don't care about this blue car, we're going to despawn it. So... Maybe we'll get enough time to be able to go and have a look at the, see if we can find another crate. Maybe. Are you using my foot to prop yourself up so you can clean yourself, cat? I can't see under there, but I can feel what you're doing, and it looks like that's what it feels like you're doing. I was looking at the cat on our bed last night. It was either last night or the night before. He was sitting on our bed and he was cleaning himself. See? Not even driving and it froze. The cat was cleaning itself, and I said to Topeka, next time that cat sticks its nose up at some food, I'm going to remind it you were just eating your own arsehole. Every time I cough, my shoulder, oh man, I get a sharp pain. Two more days and we get season 8 of Big Mouth will be released on Netflix. I appreciate that Netflix release it all at once so you can binge watch it. But it is weird. Major's links at the top of the chat. We can actually have the lights on. You can just see the moon faintly in there. It's about to go past the door frame of the car. Oh, it's disappeared now. Didn't even go past the door frame before it disappeared. Almost out of fuel. I knew I'd get here. I've come to realise how these cars and vehicles are on fuel. I know whether I need to worry about it or not. I wasn't concerned. The only reason why we're not going out there right now and just switching everything over and putting everything in that car and driving now is because I kind of need to see. I've got to try and get back out onto the road yet. So apparently, it would seem that this car can go 220 kilometres an hour. And it would seem that we've only done 65 kilometres. Radiator's full. Fuel is on empty. I feel like because it's slowly inching forward, the little red number is starting to change. It's about to go 4. Never bothered to check. Only got the one headlight. I think the sun is slowly rising. Maybe not. Trying these stretches for my shoulder. Some stuff I was told to do years ago. It fucking hurts, so getting the arm in the position that I need to stretch it. I feel like I might have popped out my clavicle. Oh, it is getting daytime. But it's still fucking windy and blizzardy as fuck. A lot of people like that Days Gone game. Personally, meh, it was okay. But, you know, I played it before I played DayZ. I'm pretty sure. I streamed it as well. I didn't finish it in the stream though. Some other friends and that started playing it. Some other people I know started playing it. And I just went, yeah, they're all playing that. None of them are playing DayZ, so I'll play DayZ. They can have Days Gone. Come on, Blizzard. They can go for a while, eh? Ah, that's good enough. Oh, it had an empty water bottle, so that's good. I hate when you hold triangle and it just goes, no, I'm not reloading. Like, why not? It's your only fucking job. Really? How many rounds do you want me to go through? Nearly 48 rounds. Once this mag goes, it'll be 48 rounds. Right, that's just utter bullshit. How about you get up on there and do as you're told first time round? Fucking smoke. Do I not have fucking lights in here? Man, this car's shit. I'm struggling to see the rocks that might be popping up. So I was going to turn the lights on so they'd shine off them. Because the last thing I want to do is get this stuck on a rock. It has got a light. And it's pristine. Is it so bright that the light won't show up? No, it's glowing now. It wasn't glowing a second ago. How are you giving me wolves on the... There's a wolf right there. I just got out and everything. See? I fucking knew it. I fucking knew that it would do that. We're going to make a black beach and we're going to make black rocks on it that stick out slightly enough to grip your car and stop your car. We know it physically shouldn't, but that's what we're going to do anyway. Because we're the DayZ devs and we like to fuck people over. Cocksuckers. A lot of them. And they're not even really good at it. Like, oh, for fuck's sake. I wasn't even going fast and you've already froze me. This is the shit that pisses me off about DayZ. It's this sort of stuff. I hate driving in this game. I hate using the boats. All of it. Any vehicle related shit. I hate it. You kind of need to do it to move around the map sometimes, especially in this one because it's cold. Fuck me, I didn't even see them until the last fucking second. I can barely see him. If everybody's wondering what the fuck's he going around, there's black rocks there. I can just barely see them. They're buried in the ground. They only just stick up out of the top, and they're enough to fuck your car over. Notice how bright it was out here for the lights. Look at that. Bright as fuck. Back there on the beach wasn't lighting up shit. It did everything in its power to try and kill the car then. It was like you came out here with a car to pick up another car and you despawned it. Wouldn't it be funny if we just made it so your other car got ruined? And of all the things it could have done when it froze, it could have just went, we have no connection with the controller, so let's assume the controller's not pushing any buttons. But no, it goes, let's assume the controller's still driving. Because the person's frozen and they obviously they want to be able to drive where they can't see where they're going. It's that shit that gives me a headache. In fact, the best runs I ever have is when I'm not streaming and I'm not talking. I feel it's almost like there's some sort of system that goes, we're listening to everything you're saying, and if you say, I hope it doesn't fuck up, we're going to fuck you over. The other day I was like, I bet as soon as I run this zombie over, because I really need to get out now, right, and do something, I bet as soon as I run this zombie over, another one will fucking respawn. And sure enough, I ran him over and another one respawned. Classic DayZ. I honestly don't think that there is any type of DayZ devs listening in or anything like that. I don't really think that's happening. Don't want anybody thinking he's crazy if he thinks they are. No, I don't honestly think that. That being said, for any chance if there was, he's better off just killing my character if you're going to fucking try and crash my car. Because I've got a way to put water in a radiator, and I've got 2 spare radiators and spare batteries and fucking spare spark plugs on me. So you best off just kill me. And make it so I can't get back to this fucking car. Because you ain't stopping me. The only way you're stopping me, and that's if you kill the car or kill me. And like, it's not about distance or anything like that. I'm in a server that's in Australia, the same country I'm in. If I was in America server or a European server, I'm going to get this lag, and that's just the way it is. As soon as you join in one of them, you automatically have a connection thingy next to you. On the left-hand side there, you'll automatically have that connection problem. And as we can see, I don't fucking have that, which means there shouldn't be any problems at all. There's no disconnect. It's just the DayZ devs don't know how to fix cars. Yeah, I'm going to bitch about it for the fucking whole time I'm playing DayZ. And I'll continue to do so until they fucking fix it. And if they don't fucking like it, and they don't like the songs I have written about them, and if they don't like the fucking jokes I made about them, and if they don't like the fact that I say things like I hope they get kicked in the balls, then all they have to do is one thing. Fix the cars and it stops. I couldn't be in the room with one of the DayZ developers right now. That's for sure. Because one of them would try to give me a smart-ass answer and I'd just punch him in the head. Try to give me some smart-ass answer on why they can't fix it and I'd just punch him in the head. Because there's too many games out there that can get driving right in games. There's so many other games out there that have way more detail than this, and they don't have the lag issue and that sort of problem. So there's no excuse. The reason why it happens is because Bohemian Interaction won't fire the cunts that can't do their job. And that's what they need to do. They need to go, hey, DayZ developers, you've been promising to fix cars for ages and you haven't, and we're getting a lot of complaints. I'm going to have to let you guys go because you clearly can't do your job properly. And then once they get fired, the rest of them, that the new people that come in, and they get told, yeah, well, they said they could fix the cars and they couldn't. They promised and they couldn't. They make comments about it in all their fucking updates. We're doing repairs on the cars and patches on the cars. And they couldn't do it. They couldn't fucking deliver. So we fired them. So if you can't do it, don't fucking promise it. Because Bohemian Interaction, they're the ones that get the fucking interactive. They're the ones that get the fucking complaints. Fire them. Personally, I think stop giving us fucking updates for shipping. Stop changing shit like the shipping containers and all that. Focus on fixing the vehicles. I'll tell you the reason. This is the reason why they haven't really made major efforts to fix the vehicles. Alright? I'll tell you the reason why. They won't tell you the real reason, but I'll tell you the real reason. This is the real reason. Gather around, everyone. Hang on a second. The cat wants out. Alright, there you go, mate. Alright. Here's the real reason why they won't do it. If they fix the cars, then the chances of the cars despawning on the map from getting ruined is slim. Hence the reason why they went to the effort to make sure boats can despawn quicker now. Why you can be on an island and log out and then log back in and your boat's despawned, even though no one's in the server and no one's touched it. They did that deliberately because they wanted more boats to spawn on the island to make it fairer so there's more of a chance for people to get a boat. So that's why they haven't fixed the cars, because they didn't figure out a way to be able to do that, because that's not a fair thing to do. So they figured, we'll just leave the cars shitty, and if the cars despawn because they crash, then it won't affect the rest of the cars. The other cars can spawn in randomly around the map. And you don't have to worry about having heaps of cars on the map that lags it out. That's the reason why. It's got nothing to do with the fact that they can't fix it. They can fix it. They can easily fix it. But they choose not to, and they hide the promise of fixing it along with a new weapon or a new bag or a new colour variant of something. So they definitely lie a lot. They lie so much, their lawyers are going, fuck man, why do you need us? Now, I don't know if that's 100% true, but it's a theory I'm working on. You know, because it seems like, why? You go have a look at the history of DayZ's updates and announcements. Go have a look at the history of them. And you'll see that most of the time they promised to fix the cars. And yet they didn't. And it's almost like they go, okay, just hang around guys, we're going to fix the cars. And we got this new gun that we're going to add into it as well. And then they hope people get blindsided and hyped up for the weapon, that they forget that they didn't fix the cars. And for the most part, that's what happens. And a lot of the people I see don't actually do a lot of driving in DayZ because they've just given up on driving in DayZ. Me, I haven't given up on driving in DayZ because it's part of the mechanic of the game and all they need to do is just fix it. There's also partly some. There's probably some responsibility on Sony as well, and Xbox and PC. But PC has the same issues, Xbox has the same issues, and PlayStation has the same issues. And PC can actually have its performance upgraded with different things to make it run faster and all that sort of stuff. I mean, I'm looking at my stream right now. Most of the people that I see play DayZ, their streams aren't even as clear as mine. I have a good connection. I have a good connection to the internet. I have decent internet. I got decent download, upload. So I can rule out the internet. I can rule out PlayStation because PlayStation is able to cope with nearly every other game that comes out on it. So I can rule PlayStation out. That only leaves DayZ, Bohemian. That's all it leaves. All right. Well, let's just get back to the base and drop this car off and then jump in the boat and bring that boat back around, and if it's still there, it hasn't despawned already. How the fuck long is this blizzard gonna last? Yeah. An unpeeled potato. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people that have had it like lots of squares, it's pixelated. It's not really as clean. Like I'm not trying to talk myself up and toot my own horn, but for $5 I can. But the whole thingy of my screen looks relatively clean. Like I'm looking at my stream now, and it looks relatively clean to me. I have had moments where it's buffering and it's cut out on me, but I don't think it's my internet because it happens very rarely. But because it happens very rarely, it could be my internet. A problem in my internet or in the area, or a storm, or something like that. But yeah, for the most part, I watch people that are in Europe, in the UK, and they play in European servers, and they don't have the signal thingy pop up, but they're still blurry. And that might be their internet. I don't know. Because I don't know the technical specs of everybody's streaming setup, so, I can't say one way or the other. But I've never had a problem with my streams looking shit. Unless there is a storm. A major storm in the area. I have had the internet go down a couple of times, but that's mainly we find out later on they were working on it, so they shut it off in the area so they could work on it or whatever. Wasn't even having this much lag on the fucking gunter coming in. Looks like it's recorded on an unpeeled potato. Fuck, that's funny. Bonk. And it's all got to do with detail and how fast you're going in this game. The faster you move when there's more details around you, the more lag you'll get. You'll see it when you're driving through a town and you got a bunch of zombies. You'll even hear the sound go out because it will go, we can't even give you sound right now. There's too much detail. I suppose one could argue that DayZ is just ahead of its time. That the technology is not there for it to be able to play as good as it should be able to play. One could argue that. You might want to tell them, fuck off, mate. They shouldn't have tried to exceed what they couldn't achieve. Should have stuck with what they could achieve. That's my theory on it. I mean, if they never bring cars into it, then I wouldn't have worried about it. That and peeling a potato before you can eat it. They're my two biggest gripes with DayZ. Other than that, I love DayZ. It might sound like, geez, this guy just doesn't shut up. He's just whinging about the fucking cars. If you don't like them so much, stop fucking driving them. No. I paid my fucking $70 for the game. I'll whinge about it as much as I fucking like. I paid $70 for this game. A complete finished fucking game that doesn't fucking work. That has things in it that don't work properly. You know? I'll whinge about it all day long. Oh, if they fix the cars, I bet you find something else to whinge about, you crybaby. Yes, I fucking will. Because DayZ has a history of adding stuff and fucking other shit up. So they're always going to give me abilities to be able to make fun of them. Because of the tree that Criminal tapped into yesterday and the rock that I tapped into, front end's probably ruined, the bumper. I haven't found one blowtorch in this yet to be able to fix the cars up. They've hidden them. Oh, and I've looked. And Topeka and Criminal and Fox and that have been around looking as well, and they haven't mentioned finding any. Hello? Why would I want to push it? And why would I want to try and push the car from the side? That makes no logical sense. Like, I understand if the car's on its side and it goes, okay, you need to push from the side to flip it back over. Alright. But can't they just have a code in there that goes, this is when the car's on its wheels, this is when it's on its side, only have the push icon pop up when it's on its side? No. They could. They most definitely could. Because there's no push from the side option in Armour Reforge. But when the car's on its side, there's a push from the side option. So they could make the code that does that. Because they've got a code in that game that says the car doesn't need to be pushed from the side when it's on its wheels. Only when it's off its wheels. And it's on its side. So they could make a code that does that, but no. They'd rather do that and go, just make it so then you can just hold square and push from anywhere in the car. Well, you don't need to push from the side. Yeah, I know. But imagine if they're trying to get out of a gas zone, or they're trying to get away from a bear, or they're trying to get away from wolves, or they're trying to get away from a pack of zombies, and they go to hold square to get in the car, and it fucking moves and it goes push car, and they're stuck there pushing the car thinking they're entering the car, and then they lose valuable seconds, and then they get attacked, and then they die, and then they lose all their gear, and then we can get hard again and go try and satisfy our wives. Yeah, skips for a few seconds. That's a big issue. That's still a huge issue, because if it freezes for a second or so while I'm in the process of turning, I need the game to go, we froze, stop turning, stop listening to the that's all the game needs to do. When it loses connection, all they need to do is write the code that says when we lose connection for a second, don't listen to the controls, because that person can't see what's going on. That's all they need to do. Just write that code. And that should fix up most of the issues. Because the big problem is it lags, and anybody that's in your car will tell you, okay, you're going left now. Well, now you're going right. You're just doing circles in the field. Whoa, you're heading towards a tree. You're heading towards a tree. You're revving. It's redlining, and everyone's telling you all this stuff because the game just takes over and starts driving the car randomly, and you're not even you got no controls because it's frozen. You can't see it. Every time it freezes, I stop touching any buttons, and it will still turn and move. And it's like a magnet. It'll go, open door, open gate, let's slam into that. Oh, there's a tree right there, let's slam into that. There's a parked car, there's a sandbags. So they just need to write that code. Now, I'm not saying it's simple to write the code. I'm not saying that at all. But that's all they need to do is figure out how to write that code, and there's a box of nails. Might as well grab them. Yeah, I'm not saying it's easy. Give me your PTSD. Shell shock. Well, I don't know about PTSD. It's just making me go. Ugh. Well, the easiest way I can put it is when DayZ first announced updates, when they first bring this game out. I've been playing this on console since the day after it came out, and when they announced the first lot of updates, it was exciting. I wasn't really driving cars back then, so I didn't really know the issues with the cars. So it was exciting that there's going to be an update. The adding of new stuff. That's exciting. Now they've done it so much where they've lied that they were going to fix the cars. I'm not excited for an update no more. I haven't been excited for an update for the last 2-3 years. And I've been playing this since 2020. So for the majority of time that I've been playing this game, I've not been excited for an update, because I know that with every update, they fuck shit up. Because they just test to see if the update works. And as long as it works enough, and the people doing the experimentals, a lot of the people that are the big time streamers that do the experimentals and that, they're too scared to tell the truth because they're worried DayZ's going to say, you know, well, we're not going to invite you to fucking try this or something like that. And the other people that do it, for the most part, are just still fucking around doing the same shit they do in public servers, killing fresh spawns and all that sort of stuff. So they're not really even testing it. The handful that actually do test it, that do complain about the bugs they find, the DayZ developers go, well, there's only a handful of people complaining about this bug. For the most part, most of the people ain't. And they assume that it works. And they just continue to roll it out. They just assume that, oh, well, you had a bug. Oh, well, that must have been just you. Because no one else is complaining about it. And that's been said by the DayZ developers when they've stated that we rolled it out because there wasn't very many complaints regarding it in the experimental. Because the complaints, the glitches are there, the bugs are there, but most people don't actually follow through with complaining about it. You know, when that report a bug issue pops up, hardly any of the people that play DayZ will report it. It might be like 1 or 2 people that are reported out of every 100 that jump in the server. And the DayZ developers go, well, the numbers seem good enough, so let's just roll it out. But if they got bombarded and everybody was just honest and said to them, no, this still doesn't work, guys. It's still not working. Go back to the fucking drawing board. But no. The problem is people are impatient. Take GTA 6, for instance. GTA 6 announced that they're not going to be releasing the game until May. And some of the people, most of the people online on YouTube that have spoken about it are pissed off. They're like, oh, we got to wait. They've delayed it a year. It's like, no, they haven't. They delayed it 6 months, you moron. We're supposed to come out October, September, October, November, something like that this year. And they just pushed it back 6 months. And they're all complaining about it. And it's like, they said they pushed it back so then they could work on it to make sure it's really running well. The reason being is they don't want people to complain about it when they first drop the game, because they're going to be asking a lot of money for it, and they don't want to have to do refunds. And everybody's complaining about it. They're complaining because they're impatient. I would rather DayZ do that. I would rather people be honest about the bugs in the game and DayZ to actually listen and go, oh, okay, well, the update's not working or the experimental's not working. There's bugs in it still. All right, cool. Well, we'll work on that and we'll hold off on doing the update. Yeah, I don't think they really... I think they do if it comes from people that they've connected with. If it comes from streamers they've connected with on Twitch or YouTube, where they've gone, hey guys, we're going to give you a bit of an insight, we're going to do interviews with you and all that sort of stuff, then they will. Then they'll listen to it and they'll look at it. And if it's a negative one, like something really, really bad, then they'll go, all right, we'll look into it. But if it's just something that's minor, then they might go, oh, well, don't worry about it. It's not that big of a deal. Which I guess is fine with certain things, depending on what it is. You know? Depending on what it is. But they probably have it's probably just a fucking collective box where all the reports go anyway. And they probably only listen to emails that get directly CC to them. You know what? It wouldn't surprise me if it was something like that about time management. You can't spend any more than this amount of time fixing the problem, and if you can't fix it within this amount of time, then move on to something else. It wouldn't surprise me if it was something like that. And that is a fine attitude to have with certain things. You know, but not this. Still got 2 of our heat buffs from when we first left the base and we warmed ourselves up. I mean, this car's got like 3-4 gears or some shit. One of them's got like 5 gears, and you don't feel safe going up in them. Look, I bitch and moan about DayZ. It's not the worst game. I enjoy playing it. I just like making fun of it and making fun of these parts. Yeah, it does piss me off that it doesn't work as good as it should. Of course it does, you know. I'd be pissed off if I bought myself a battery-operated drill and it would never work outdoors unless I plugged it in the power. I'll be pissed off about that too, you know. I'd be pissed off if I bought a house and built a house and then all of a sudden I put the key in the door and then it falls down. I'd be pissed off about that too. Anything I spend money on when it doesn't work, I get pissed off about. So, you know, it's not going to change just because it's a video game. The worst thing that happens, the worst thing people say is when they go, wow, it's just a video game. I mean, what do you expect? It's like, what do you mean, what do you expect? When you pay for something, what do you expect? The fucking working product? You know? Tell them the same thing. It's like, oh, all right, then next time you go to a restaurant, you order a T-bone steak, I'll just fucking shit on your plate and bring it out to you. That's not what I ordered. I know. A fucking broken game wasn't what I ordered either. But in fact, if I ever get into the DayZ office of the developers, if I ever got into their office, you know, you could take the keys off a keyboard. I'd take each key off the keyboard and put a little bit of shit underneath and then click it back down on the keyboard. So the whole time they're clicking away, they're smelling shit going, where's that coming from? Poke shit in all their I'd shit everywhere in their fucking office. Fuck them. I know some people that are really good on computers, and I think You know, some of those guys could probably do a way better job than, you know, the DayZ developers. Maybe. I don't know. Look, I'm not a computer programmer or anything like that. I honestly don't know what goes into it and all that sort of stuff. I'm not claiming to know what to do. All I know is these people are hired because they're supposed to be good at doing their job, and I don't know. If you make someone think that a 5-year-old could do the job better, then maybe you ain't that good at the job. Okay. Right. Just thought I'd put that away. It even lagged out there loading up the gun. It made 3 clicks and no bullets went in. Really? It didn't even put the cocksucker. I hit the button to put it in there and it put it in the fire barrel and not the right spot. Lucky the piece of wood didn't just burn away then. The sound is off the video all of a sudden. No, it's because of my settings. It's my settings. You heard me while I was driving, but if I had the sound all the way up like this while I was driving, I wouldn't be able to hear myself think. Or it could be your end. No, it's not my end. Because I just checked my stream then and all the sound's coming through perfectly. I think it was because I had the sound turned down while I was driving. I think that might have been what it was. It's still a blizzard out there. More of a sync thing. I don't know. Seems in sync with me on my end. And even in the stream it was coming through in sync. It was so in sync it went bye bye bye. It was me reconnecting, fixed it. No worries. Yeah, I didn't want to say it's definitely you, but I was thinking it might be you. Might be your end. YouTube does that every now and then. Depending on what devices you're using, like if you're using a phone or an iPad, sometimes I'll have it just cut out sound altogether and then come back and then cut out and then do the whole not sound like things are happening when they're happening. Like seeing a gun recoil but not hear a shot and then a second later hear a shot. I've seen that happen when I'm watching other people's streams. And yeah, normally I have to close the app and open it back up again, and it normally fixes it. I put that down to, must be because my iPads are pretty old. One of them's like nearly 7 years old, I think. And the other one's like 4 years old. And one of the iPads I've got gets very few updates anymore. Most of the apps on them don't get updates. The apps all look different on that iPad compared to the other. with any luck, our boat is still around here. Hit me, you bitch. Okay, let's just pick that up. I honestly don't care if I burn through this knife. Having a means to be able to start a fire is better than not. Take. Is that frozen? Yeah, of course it is. Yep, boat's still down there. Goody gumdrops. Well, we're going to keep using the bad spark plug. Almost called it a butt plug. We're going to continue using the bad butt plug. There's something under there. Ah. Take it. Oh. Engine's fucking damaged. Why? You fucking asshole. See, it's already tried to wreck the boat by taking away, making the engine half ruined. There's no reason for it to be ruined. It was parked fine. There was a reset. It did that whole shutdown thing. And then Topeka fixed it, and then it started doing a reset again and shut it down again. And she had to open it up again and do it. I'm telling you, they're just trying to destroy the cars and the vehicles of any kind because they really don't want you using them. Maybe they just don't want them in the game at all, but they don't want to remove them because people will complain that they're not in the game. But this boat was perfect when it first turned up there and I was using it. I didn't damage it or anything. Wasn't even facing the direction when I came in. So obviously the reset will jump your cars around and your boats around and make them go blah, blah, blah. Even when no one's in them. And I can use that as an example, guys, because I'm the only one in the server. This is the private server. So this is how we're able to know whether these things are working or not. Because this is a private server, it's vanilla. For all intents and purposes, this is an experimental server too. Yeah, I've just been making sure it's the worst one when it comes to the spark plugs because of the whole boat could despawn. I was so paranoid last night or early this morning when I was playing with Criminal. I was so paranoid we might lose the boat. I got him to search over the ship and I stayed on the boat. I didn't leave it. I stayed in the seat and did not leave it at all. Because I was like, nope. They won't despawn it while I'm sitting in the bastard. I wonder if the DayZ... See what I was saying before, and I feel like sometimes they're listening in. And I said before at the beginning of the stream, and I only mentioned this to Criminal in Discord. I never fucking said it while I was live or anything like that. The only time I mentioned it live while in the game was today. About my theory is that if you take the spark plug out, the boats won't despawn. And then the first time I go back to my boat after saying that, the engine's half ruined. It's almost like the DayZ devs are listening in and went, oh, you think that's the way? Okay, well, let's just ruin your boat then. We'll just ruin your boat until it... We'll just keep doing that. And eventually, after enough resets, it'll fucking go ruined. Because the boat that I left on the island that despawned on me had an engine exactly the same like that. And that's the way I found it. I found it with a shit engine. And the fact that it's very hard, I haven't found a blowtorch on here at all yet. So I don't even have a way to repair an engine. And the fact that you used to be able to repair engines with pipe wrench, but then they stopped it. I mean, you can find a pipe wrench, no problem. You don't need to find a blowtorch and then find a gas bottle. You can just use a pipe wrench, but they've stopped that. That's why they brought the pipe wrench in. The update was, we bring a pipe wrench in so then you can repair your engines. That was the whole point of putting the fucking pipe wrench in. A new tool that can be used as a melee weapon, but also for repairing your engines of your cars and trucks. That was its purpose. Then they took it away. I mean, you show me how to understand DayZ devs, and I'll show you how to understand the mentality of a kangaroo. You can't. Kangaroos are fucked. They're assholes. Oh yeah, they look cute. With the little triangle heads. I didn't want to stop. I wanted to slow. They made the boats frustrating by saying to you, you want to try and go slow, be careful. We will stop the engine at any moment. In a car, you have to get below 8 kilometres before you can turn the engine off. In this, you can stop the engine at any speed, which means you'll let go of the accelerator so you can slow down and reposition yourself, and you'll go to touch, and sometimes it'll go, oh, you want to turn the engine off? It's like, I was just in the process of pushing down on the speed. I wanted to be able to let go if I needed to. Oh, well, we thought you were tapping it, so therefore, you know, we stopped it for you. But you can restart it again. It's like, yeah, but that's wear and tear on the spark plug, you fucking wankers. And they just sit there rubbing their nipples going, I'm so happy that you're miserable. Fucking assholes. I had my shipboat parked on the beach, on the mainland, the one that ended up despawning. I had that parked on the beach, and I logged out for a few hours, come back, and it was still there. And when I left it on the island, that's when it despawned. So I'm still wondering whether it's a perimeter thing, like they've got it mapped out if they're over there on the islands and they might despawn, forcing you to have to swim or wait for someone to come pick you up, or try and find one of the, and hope one of the boats that are on the map might spawn on the island. Used to also leave from there. Be going in a straight line. We'll go in a straight line on the sun there, right? Or let's try and get it straight. Okay, we're going. Yeah, so it doesn't want to go straight. As soon as you start going straight, it'll go. Okay, so if we look around and then turn back, see, it does it every time. You can't look behind you without it going off course. So you need someone in front. It's always best to use these boats with two people. You want someone driving and you want someone sitting at the front looking behind. So then when you can have them look behind you and stare at an island while you're travelling forward, and they can let you know whether you're going off course. Because if you look behind you, the boat will start turning around. Doesn't do that in the cars. You can look anywhere you want and the car will just go straight. I know the waves and that can help change direction and shit like that, but it does it so quick in DayZ, and with the blizzards and all that sort of stuff, it does make it hard to navigate. I sometimes get lost as well and have to wait for the blizzard to stop and then try and figure out where the fuck I am. And I've, at the end of the day, got no idea whether this works like GTA. I don't know if there's a point out there that I can go to where it just goes, boat dies. Or if it just continues going on and I Pac-Man it around to the other side. I got no idea. I've never tried. One day if I'm a fresh spawn and I find a spark plug and a boat and it's got enough fuel, I'll go out that way and check. Which I thought was fine when he used a pipe wrench like a hammer, because that kind of reminded me of those old, you know, movies where someone just starts smacking on the fucking engine of a car with a wrench, or a, you know, crescent wrench or something, pipe wrench, and starts smacking on it going, why won't you fucking work? So I thought that was a comedic thing they did. So I was like, yeah, I can buy that. Now, the only way in the cars that the engines can get wrecked like that, and that's if you redline them, or you drive them with a fucked up radiator, or you smack into too many things. Three ways. Well, we don't have a fucked up radiator in this, so that wouldn't be the cause of the engine. We aren't redlining it, because number one, there is no red line, and number two, it never ever gets to that top speed. So it's not that. And we're not smashing into things. So the only thing that could be ruining it is DayZ developers going, we're going to make it so then when there's a reset, the boats jump around and they get damaged. Or something like that. I can't even tell if my other boat's there. Yeah, it is. Why? It let me walk on, then it walked me backwards off the boat. Like that. It's like if you're above the fucking level, just, you're on it. It did it because it wanted me to get wet. Let me have a look at the... Ah, this engine's fucked too. So it's done it to both those boats. Motherfuckers! Okay, so what about this boat over here? So both those boats I've used, and it's done that to it. The other boat I hadn't used, and it did it to it as well, and then it despawned. We need to find out what the secret is with these boats, because I don't want to go out to these islands if it's not safe. I need to be able to get back. There is no point going out there to collect items if you're not able to get back to the mainland with them. There's absolutely no point. Okay, so it looks like the best and right time to get Criminal would be right now. Go pick him up and bring him back. Because once there's a reset and these 3 boats disappear, I don't know where there's another boat. I'll be having to look for one. So Criminal might be stuck out there for a couple of days yet. So all 3 of these boats were good before the reset, and after the reset, all 3 of these boats have damaged engines. If DayZ's not trying to fuck with us, then explain that. They're fucking with us, people. They're laughing at us. That's what they're doing. They're fucking with us and laughing at us. Yeah, the colour of the fuel levels for the boat, but then they got the engine one too. So that one there was orange, so it was almost out of fuel. If it was yellow, I would have a little bit of time. So it goes no fuel symbol, that's full. Yellow, I think it's half full or something. Orange is something else, and then red is empty. But yeah, they're definitely fucking with us when it comes to these boats. I don't know why they did that. So yeah, no idea. They won't address it. They'll go, no, this is how we want the game to play. It's like, no. Why don't you do it the way the players want it? Which one of your high-profile streamers contacted you and when it's not fair, everybody keeps getting boats and I can't find one? So you implemented this rule. So resets kill the boat. Got it. Glad I took the spark plugs out. They want to destroy boats, fine, they can destroy boats, but what they're not going to do is they're not going to steal my goddamn spark plug. In 4 hours' time, there will be another reset. In a minute, we're going to put a spark plug in a boat, and we're going to go out and have a look for a shipping container and use up that key, and then we'll try and get to the island where Criminal is and leave him a spare spark plug on that island, just in case he finds a boat there. I can charter a map for him to be able to get back to mainland. All right, back in a minute, guys. I'm going to get a coffee. It's about time that I get one. I'll be right back. I'm back. And there's a fucking blizzard. Said I was going to go out and have a look at the island in a minute. And they fucking put a blizzard in. These fucking wankers. Is that even any good anymore? Yep, still good. All right. Honestly, I just want to go out and do what I need to do. I've been fighting this blizzard nearly the whole stream. From picking up the car. Had a little bit of a break on the boat. And then it's back to blizzard again. I will wait to see if the blizzard goes down. I'll burn these couple of logs out. When the fire ends, we'll go regardless. And check my Discord. It wasn't open because I was watching Major, but he's finished at the moment.
If by chance the blizzard stops before the logs run out, we'll leave then. Ah, the waiting game. I only got 2 pieces of fish left. Oh, that's all right. How bad is it? Still pretty bad. I went outside and I got 2 chevrons going down straight away. Nothing tells you about how repressive Russia is more than when you see the type of music they block in Russia, eh? Must have got bit by a mosquito. Got a mosquito bite. An old mozzie bite on the hand. We got some wood on us as well. I mean, it'll come in handy. I got more logs if needed, but I'm going to try and keep them for if I, or when I get to the island. I'm going to grab a piece of bark right now. Big chunk of light bark. colours the water when submerged. So it's basically telling you can turn it into a dye, which is handy if we had that ability to do that in the game. But we don't. So giving us information that's not available to us makes no sense. You know, big chunk of light bark. It's not a big chunk. It's just a little piece. Useful as kindling. Yep. I could have left it there. Colours the water when submerged. Didn't need to add that.
Unless we have the ability to dye our clothing and all that sort of stuff, which we don't in this. There are other servers that have that, but they're really modded and stuff like that, so... it's getting smoky in here now. Yeah, it's getting foggy. Got to wait for the water to come back in before you turn the engine on. So then your engine's not grinding. I did have another spark plug in that car, spare, but I'm leaving it. So you follow this side of the map around until you get to the icebergs. And then you whack a left. Before and I walked into Tofika and Tofika looked at me, she's like, oh, what now? What's wrong with the game now? And I said, after the reset, 3 boats have fucking all got the same damage to the engines. She's like, you're fucking kidding me. It's like, nope. So now all I do is I just keep these icebergs on my right hand side, and I pretty much go in between the right, in between the icebergs and this sunbeam, and I just head this way, and eventually an island will pop up. But as long as I can see those icebergs to my right, then I'm good. See, there's the island, just popped up. And we know it's an island that we can get to because we just seen trees pop up on it. Now you can't use the sun as a reference and follow the sun always, because the sun's a moving thing. So are the clouds, so is the moon, so are the stars. And they move at a certain speed depending on how the day and night's been set. So you've really got to be careful. And if I was to try, I would have had to... I could have probably got back the other day by jumping across and swimming and all that sort of stuff. But I didn't want to risk it. Now we have a blue key, so we're looking for any shipping containers that have locks on them that are blue. That shipping container? Yeah, it is. Is it blue or is it yellow? Last night, that particular one happened to be yellow. It's blue. Really wasn't much in here. Now, what I like to do is when I get around to this side, I see that lighthouse there, and I know pretty much from that lighthouse straight out that way, keeping that beam of light from the sun up there as a reference, we should be good to just go straight. We want to make sure we keep that lighthouse as a frame of reference to be able to see it. And once you lose sight of it, then you're pretty much at the mercy of hoping you're going straight. Now, as long as I keep going towards the sun, there it is. Zoom in, I see a tree on it. That's the island. See, I don't need a map to find all these islands. Especially if I go this way. It is a pain in the ass because I've got to sort of leave from a certain area to do it, but you find a trail that you like or a path you like, and you know, that's what works. If I had to just follow that sunbeam, there's no guarantee it would have got me here.
They don't count as shipwrecks. There's a shipping container. I can't tell. I think it's yellow. Got the key for the shipwreck last night, and I think we pretty much every single shipping container we checked was yellow until we got to the one up here, and it was good. And so far with this key we've checked 4 shipping containers, and here comes another one up here, because me and Criminal checked. He checked 1 last night and I checked 2, so that's 3, plus the one I checked today, that's 4. This will probably be the last one because the keys don't last that long. It's yellow. I don't even want to land on the island and then run around to check. I'd rather just use the boat. Really don't want to leave the boat too far.
I didn't even end up making a coffee beforehand. They used to have items spawn on these boats, but the ones that I've checked so far, no. And I'm wondering now whether these are the boats that they reckon spawn up on the island. You used to be able to come out here and find filters and the blue pills and I said pick up the duct tape, you idiot, not shut the door. Hey. You just spun me around then. Like there was an invisible barrier there. I don't want to get wet again. I don't want to fucking push. Why'd you not give me the option to get in, you prick? When I first walked up to it, it gave me the option to get in. Get in, you prick. Now get out. Now sit in the fucking right spot. I know I didn't leave a spark plug there. I said I was going to, but I didn't. And that's because I had to think about it. And until I can confirm that actual boats like this spawn up on these islands, there's no point me leaving it there. I may need it on the mainland for a car or for another boat. So I'm best off keeping it. That one's facing a different way now. Could be blue, could be yellow. It's blue. I didn't even hit the turn off button then. It just did it on its own. This will probably be the last one we can unlock. Let's watch that key. You're going to go round? Yeah, there we go. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have a KA101. Why is it doing that whole spin around like that? That doesn't make no sense. And for the most part, anytime Criminal tried to jump in, there was a lot of times it would actually make him fall through the earth while he was climbing in. For me, he's climbing in, but for him, he's falling through the earth. Alright, head back to the mainland, take the spark plug out. Okay, so when leaving this area, you just keep this all on the left now. I picked up a radiator and dropped it on the floor over here the other day. It's probably still there. Doesn't even matter what this shipping container is. I don't have a key. But it's probably changed to blue. No, yellow. Interesting. I thought it was going to go blue to mock me. So far, the only two guns we found out here is a DMR and a KA101. Found a few magazines for the M4A1. Again, just keep everything on your left. As soon as you see the island, just go that way. You still see that one. Still see that one. I mean, we should be slightly turning right anyway, because my fishing pole's in the water. So that should create drag in the water, forcing the boat to slowly turn right. In real life it would. Again, just keep the icebergs on your left. You can see them up in the distance there. You can see that they curve around and we want them on our left, so we can cut across this way because we're still keeping them on our left. Way. Whoa. Just fucking spun out for some reason. Going nice and straight and all of a sudden it's like, I'm watching Debs. I'm watching the fucking thing. You can't spin me around and make me head out somewhere else. I'm watching the game. Might look like I'm not paying attention. G'day Jimmy, how you going, mate? Jeez, mate. I said before in my stream, I was like, Jimmy. That M&M the other night, I was like, oh, for fuck's sake, please let it end. Please. That was just, wow, that was, all good. No big deal. I just muted it and waited until I seen the screen starting to move. As soon as I seen the screen starting to move, I looked at it and realised you were back playing a game. I was like, oh, cool, I can unmute now. It was just a little much to hear. I'm Slim Shady, yes, I'm the real Shady. Every other Slim Shadys are just them unteady. So won't the real Slim Shady please stand up? Please stand up. Please stand up. It's just a bit much hearing that over and over and over again. It was like, Did you ever see that episode of fucking Family Guy where Peter Griffin keeps going on about bird is the word? And there's one moment at the table, everyone sort of heard Peter going on and singing it and playing it for ages. And then there's this one moment at the table when he's like, I'm surprised it's not in the paper. And they're like, what's not in the paper? An aviated fucking report. What report? Oh, you haven't heard? And then Stewie Griffin's just like, fuck! And then Peter Griffin's like, I heard about the bird, bird. Bird is the word, bird. That's what it reminded me of. It was cool because me and Mike were just sitting there making jokes. I think I even said that, I'm sorry, whatever it was I did wrong, I apologise, I promise I won't do it again. The reason is the truth, apparently. Yeah. Yes, my dear, I am ready for dinner. Okay, so I'm about to end the stream here, guys. We've been going for over 5 hours now. We did the thing we wanted to do. We got Criminal's car back to the base. We got a spare car down here for me. We checked the containers and wasted the key. All we need to do is get some more keys. Dinner's going to take about 20 minutes, 30 minutes, yeah, Topeka? So we got all the stuff we wanted to do today. So that's good. DayZ has fucked all the boats in the last reset. So there's a good chance when I come back in after logging out or after a reset, there's a very good chance those boats will all disappear. Okay, in fact, let's just have a look now. Let us log out and we'll log back in. We'll log out for a minute and then we'll log back in and we'll see if they've just disappeared. They probably won't. The other boats that had a broken engine stayed there for a little while. It wasn't until a reset and I had to get Topeka to fix it for me. So, we don't know. Nah, won't worry about it. So, big shout out to everyone that popped in. Jimmy, big shout out to you. Kill Domain. Criminal. Nobody, shout out to you. Shout out to Major Ugly. Shout out to Mr. Tits. A big shout out to the wonderful and lovely Topeka. Big shout out to all the people lurking in the background there. Yeah, that's it for now. I'll be back later on with some more. We'll probably, now that we know where we got to go to get the keys, maybe we'll try and find a fresh boat that's not damaged and go out there and get some keys. See if we can find the yellow key and the blue key, because I don't know if there's a difference between the crates, whether you get different items in the blue and yellow. So far, it seems to be the same type of items in the blue crates. So maybe, just maybe, there is a difference. I don't know. But we'll check later on when we come back. We'll have a look around and see if we can find those keys and go back out there and see what happens. So big shout out to everybody that came in, and I'll catch you all later on. I'm out on the dot dust. See ya.